All right. Hello, hello, everyone. We are here. Welcome in. Hello. I hope everyone is doing all right this Monday. Citrina, gonna lurk while I look. Thank you for the lurk, Citrina, and welcome, Linksys, as well. Good to see you guys. I am here to stir at the creative chaos. Bread, welcome in. Welcome in. Good to have you here as always. I hope that everything is working. I had some last second panic, as it's kind of normal, to make sure that every last little thing was actually functional. So if things are working properly, then YouTube should hear one piece of background music and Twitch should be hearing what is happening up on the media player in the top of the screen. If you're hearing both, it means that I've got something broken. Let me just doubly check that one last time because I hope... Yeah, it's supposed to be on there. On Twitch and I can hear both, okay. Then... It should be like that, I think. Hold on, let's just check. YouTube is 2. Okay, wait. It has to be the other way around. Okay. That needs to be that side. That needs to be... that side. Okay, it should be like that. It should be like that. I think that should be the right way around now. Yeah, that should be right. Got it now? Okay, fantastic. We have fixed the bug. We have fixed the bug. Woo! Left-handed success because I've got my mouse in left-handed mode. No BGM, only media player. Okay, awesome. So now we've got it sorted. Crazy. That was the last minute panic that I was doing battle with that I got confused, so thank you for helping me quickly sort that. Okay, so for everyone who is new here, my name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And hi, hello, how's the multi-streaming going? It is, slightly buggy, but we're working it out slowly but certainly, making good progress on that front, figuring all of the things out so that we don't have all of the stuff broken. And it's working, more or less. So, I'm probably going to need to trim the early part of the VOD on YouTube to just make sure that I don't get struck on that. But yes, we are doing all right. We're doing all right. So, today we are breaking our very haphazard little routine a little bit. I'm not doing art challenges today. I'm not doing fan art today. Today, we are going to be slapping my mechanical wings on the repair bench at long last, and we are going to have them set up so that I can equip them again. Because that is a thing that has been sitting, staring at me for a little bit too long now, and we gotta get these things fixed so that I can actually fly. Because, come on, I can't be a bird VTuber and not have my wings, right? Even if I am an alien bird. So, I have done only about as much as getting the layers in Live2D. That is all what I've gotten so far. But before we talk about that a little bit more, let us just quickly go through what is happening this week, so that you guys have an idea. The first thing that you'll notice... Time to fly? Absolutely. Absolutely, we want to fly. The first thing you'll notice is that all of our weekday or early week streams are going to be starting on the hour from now on. I've just had a lot of trouble actually making the 1830 time, so we're bumping everything up to 1900 hours UTC, and that will be our standard start time going forward. It works for me, it works for the family, and we are going to still figure out exactly what the best start time is for the Friday streams, but we will get there sooner or later. Also, we are going to be working on commission work for the majority of the week, but on Friday we are going to be drawing Jacezel the Great, the chef who cooks VTuber inspired dishes. I think he's doing a cool project and I want to show some appreciation. And yeah, if I wanted to say, hey, I think you're doing cool stuff, I draw for you. That's just my way of communicating. So, that is going to be what is on the game plan for this week. I still have capacity open for March, so if you are interested in getting me to do something for you, please consider hitting the link for my VGen. You will see the link in the top of your screen as well as in the video description or in my Twitch panels below, as per the interface that you are viewing from. As long as it works for you best. Yeah, we're figuring things out. We're getting everything slowly but certainly pulled into some semblance of order, which is a very, very strange thing coming from the perpetrator of creative chaos, is to have some sort of order. It's like, what? Isn't that such a contradiction? But order in chaos is still a necessary thing sometimes. So, let us start looking at the day's actual chaos. Literally, I've only gotten so far as getting the layers into Live2D. I've got no further than this today. So, this is the wing. There's madness in your methods. Yes, exactly. A method without madness is kind of a little bit boring. Just a little. So we have our wing layers. I think you guys can see what's happening on interface here, because this is where the majority of the work is going to happen, is on this side. And I'm going to be a little bit slow today because I'm still getting used to operating a mouse left-handed. I'm learning to use the mouse left-handed so that I've got my right hand free to operate my pen. So we're going to see if I can actually dual wield a little bit and not get confuzzled. We're going to see if I can dual wield a little and see if I can manage to handle this. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to go through our feather layers and make sure that we have everything clipped where we need it clipped. So I've got a whole bunch of shine layers. And we're going to make sure that each shine layer is clipped to its appropriate feather. Oh dear. Good luck, I can't use a mouse left-handed. I'm not actually left-handed. Yeah, it's one of those things that you kind of get trained. Oh, you use this right-handed. Strictly and without question, you know. Sounds challenging, and yeah, it is a little bit, but in the interest of preserving my thumb muscle, which is kind of important for actually being able to control a pen and drawing, I need to make sure that my thumb isn't being exhausted manipulating a mouse as well. Zany, hello. So we've got two lefties in chat. Nice. Interesting knowledge that is completely useless, but still interesting. Awesome. Joy, welcome in, Zany. Good to have you here. Okay. Alright, so first thing first, we're going to start adding our shine layers. So this, we're going to go in here, and for each feather we should have a shine mask, which is going to be what that is going to clip to. So I'm going to go through, shine, and just This is a bit of grunt work, but it's important. To make sure that we've got everything attached where it needs to attach before we start actually manipulating layers. So, with the shine layers, I'm not actually particularly worried about changing how the whatchamacallit art mesh where the art mesh has its control points. I'm honestly not worried about that because they're not actually going to be maneuvering differently, I don't think. This is feather 5. There are 13 feathers that we need to go through. Feather 6. Feather 7. Okay, find it in this list. Nope. Feather 8. Feather 9. Already, we're almost there. Now, it still looks weird because none of these shines are actually placed where they're supposed to be. And that's fine. We can adjust that once we have we can adjust that once we've actually got meshes moving the way we want them to, then we can adjust the shine per mesh. Number 12. And number last, 13. There we go. So now we've got all of those in place. Now these red lines that we see here are a template that I've got just so that I can see that everything is placed appropriately. Now, what I need to do is I need to go through all of my shine masks and make sure that they are additive layers. That's the next thing that I need to go through, is go through and go blend mode, make it additive. In this list, just going to go through the whole thing and make sure that these are all additive. Okay. Now it's starting to look more right. Additive. There we go. Now, these shine masks are all black so that when we've got them in additive mode, they're not going to change the color at all of what happens beneath them. Just like when you're doing a multiply layer, if you want it to not affect the color at all, you've got to make it white. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to add we're going to go through the list of all of our parts and we're going to actually start adding proper control points to them. So we're going to start at the bottom and slowly work our way up. So unlike other parts, we don't actually want these to warp much. I don't think. No, I'm going to give them a tighter. Yeah, I'm going to give them a relatively tight set of control points. And hopefully it will work out such that the warping that is going to happen is not going to be particularly severe. Or at least more controlled. Okay. So here I'm adding control points along where there's a contour line. And closing that up, and one more there just for safety. Okay, auto connect. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go copy for that one. And I'm going to go all the way up to our wing forearm layer. Okay, grab that, be gone, paste. Okay, now this one you'll see is similar, but it's got some stuff that's missing. So that is because we've got stuff happening here that doesn't happen on the other side. So just going to close up like that, and that'll do us well here. Okay, so now the wing forearm and the Lula layer, those two can go into a rotation deformer. Okay, and this is going to be called wing forearm rotation create. Okay, now here we're going to go, is this shift? Yes, no. It's alt. No, it's control. Couldn't remember there for a second. Okay. So here the pivot point is going to be approximately here. Okay. So now that will give us that rotation. But I'm not 100% happy with it, because why? I wanted to be able to bend a little bit further. So let's see. That ain't it. Okay, I'm looking for a placement about here. Yeah, that's where I want that rotation point. That's where I want it. Okay. Okay. First part in place. Ta-da! Happiness. Okay. Now the next part that we need to look at is going to be... Let's look at our... wrist. Let's look at the wrist next. So, the wrist joint, wrist front, and wrist back. Actually need to go into the same rotation deformer as the wing forearm because they're attached, so that when you do this, that goes with it because it needs to. Okay. This looks super complicated. Even the editing interface looks like some NASA controls. It's definitely intimidating if you are new to it, but once you get used to it, it's not actually as scary as it looks. So all of these over here, we are basically ignoring for now because those are just the parameters that you send to the actual tracking. So, for example, I have not got anything that on this wing attached to anything in here at this point. I've got folders for all of the different categories of movement that can happen, but for everything else, I'm ignoring this for now. I'm not an editor, I'm very new to it. No, it's totally understandable. It's totally understandable. There are going to be things that everyone gets intimidated by the first time. I mean, I got intimidated by this the first time that I saw it, but with any new piece of software that you learn, the main thing is to look at it in a modular fashion. Figure out, okay, what is each panel talking about? And then at what point do you need to focus on it and at what point do you need to ignore it? It was so complicated looking and intimidating, I flinched. It's understandable. Nookie, save! Okay, save button, absolutely. Thank you so much for the save reminder. That is important. Thank you so much. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Tianaki, good to see you. I hope that you are having a good Monday so far. Welcome in, welcome in. Joy, 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 joy. Okay. Yes. We are rigging my wings at long last after almost a year. It's been a while since I've been able to catch a Harrier stream. Oh, thank you so much. It's also great to have you back here. It's been a while. I am not sure what time you generally start relative to my stuff, but I've been wanting to catch a stream of yours as well for a while, but I've not been seeing notifications on a lot of stuff, so I think I may have been missing a few things, and I'm sorry. It's hard to find the peeps to lurk when one is in the wrong time zone. But it's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. We're doing wing repair. This one, I absolutely know I need to edit because we are going to have this curve here that is going to need to warp depending on where it is relative to the rest. It's okay, I haven't been streaming lately since I'm working on a whole overhaul of my aesthetic, so I don't worry about missing them at the moment. Oh wow. Oh wow. No, it's cool, it's cool. I understand the reasoning behind the post. It wasn't trying to market yourself, and I kind of invited it, so don't stress about it. Don't stress. All is well. It reminds me of a game called Kerbal Space Program. So in summary, it's a program with the little guy and you have to build a space rocket. Now, by learning how to play it, it's literally the equivalent. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of Kerbal. I've heard of Kerbal. I think my brother tried to play it a couple of times earlier. I looked at it, and it is a little too involved for my particular taste, but yeah. Building a real rocket to space in real life. Even a NASA person got angry trying to do it. I can believe that. I can believe that. I looked at it and I decided, you know what? I'm gonna keep to my lane. If I'm going to do anything simulation based in that regard, I've decided for myself. I'm going to do cozy simulators, not like actual this is how things work in reality type simulators, because I have not got that mental capacity. I ain't got it in me. My brother got into Kerbal. He's an actual mechanical engineer, and he came back with how wonderfully difficult it is. Don't you just love it when the devs manage to get the experts in the field angry for all of the right reasons? That means that they did the game right. Oh, multi-streaming? That's so cool. Yeah, I tried doing the separate streams for the different platforms, and it was okay, but it was kind of pointless. So I decided, you know what? Okay, let's just do both at the same time, get it over and done with. Don't have to worry then about trying to post my VODs later. All of that madness. And it works, so yay! I wasn't angry, just very excited with the challenge. We're both broken in the same way where hard equals fun. You know what? That is perfectly valid. Ooh, that is totally not what I want. There, I want you to come along like that. There we go. There's another game called Dreams, which is basically a video game program like Kerbal, but it's easier and a bit hard, but it helps game developers with knowledge on how to build a real game. That's actually good to know. I'll keep that one in mind. I'll keep that one in mind, because that is actually something I would definitely investigate. I would investigate that one. Yeah, makes sense. Might as well do them at the same time. At the end of the day, it's still your audience. Exactly. Like, the only difference, really, between the two platforms, aside from obviously monetization methodologies and all that back end only the creators really care stuff, is that the chat behavior is a little bit different between the two. So, it's legitimately the only difference. And that's easy to collate with the method I'm using. So I found a relatively new OBS plugin, free, which is great, which is letting me do the multi-streaming. I feel like a dumb person with technology sometimes, so the fact that I was able to get things working is something that I'm personally quite chuffed with. And yeah, just happy that, hey, things are working. It's beautiful. People have made so many good-looking games inside the Dreams game. You can even make your own game music. Oh, okay. I will make a note of that and search it up at a later point, because that is something that I want to investigate. I am actually starting to put together a list of tools that I can actually investigate on stream, maybe, as another kind of content. It's like, okay, let's try out this tool to do this thing. Because playing games is like, for me, because I feel like I'm not working. But if I'm doing tooling stuff, maybe that is something interesting. I don't know if something people would be interested in, but hey. If anyone needs interested and needs help with multi-streaming, then Harrier is here to help. How reliable. I certainly hope that it will be fresh enough in my mind. I still feel very much like a novice on a lot of things. But hey. If you want to make... That's the trick. Scuff the wall and see what sticks. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Like, I do not consider myself a tech genius. Like, by long and a ways, I do not consider myself a tech genius. Bacon on egg, thank you for the hydrate. Hello! And it is just in time. So everyone, courtesy of bacon and egg, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's hydrate. And the coffee is cold already. Oh no, oh no. The coffee was made an hour ago. I'm sorry. It's cold already. Let me get rid of it. Whoops. I had to go to my aunt's today for taxes. Oh yes, it's tax season. It's tax season. I need to scan slips because I need to do my year-to-dates as well. Oh no. Ugh. I never managed to ask, but do you play many games? If not, then are there any that hold a special place in your heart? Yes. I don't play many games. I've tried a couple. I've fallen out of love with a couple. I've lost time for a couple. Because a lot of the free-to-play stuff, which is what I've got access to because finances are a bit tight, want you to log in on a daily basis, and that, when you are looking at trying to build a business, bloody fish paste, all that jazz, you have to prioritize the hours in your day, and it gets really tough to keep up with gaming. It's really tough. So there are games that I've enjoyed, but I've never been able to actually finish a game. Like, I love some games significantly if I could only get a chance to play more than 4 hours of it. You know? Yeah, as you grow up, you stop finding time for games, especially when you feel like you could be working when you're playing. Yeah. And like, with us creative types, because I know you're a creative type as well, and I absolutely adore your work as well, trying to build a business in the visual field and get clients and market yourself and all of that. As a self-employed / freelancing individual, it's very difficult to validate off time. Like, if you're not doing a commission job, you're either working on improving your own branding, like I'm doing now, or you are trying to come up with a marketing initiative of some description, or you're maintaining something in the background, or this or that or the next thing, or you're handling your financial documents, and you just wonder, when on earth am I going to have 2 minutes to rub next to each other where I'm not KO? You know? It's wild. It's why I've started getting defensive over my weekends as well, is because otherwise I am not going to exist as an organic life form. I'm going to be a pixel factory. And that terrifies me. Links, you can put them in the video sharing channel in the Discord server. You can put them in the video sharing channel in this Discord server. That'll be okay. But yeah, so I have finished my coffee now. It is gone. Sad, 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 sad. We must continue. We must continue. So, the next thing that I need to do is I need to grab all of these notes, copy, come to the back of the wrist, and paste. Okay. Gotcha, just make sure to watch them because your mind is blown when watching this. I will watch them when I get an opportunity to do so. I cannot guarantee when that will be, but when the opportunity comes, I shall be there. And this is not the notes I am looking for. Okay, so if there's one thing I do admire about you, Harry, is that you managed to turn this into your full-time. It takes guts to not submit to the corporate world. Yeah, I have my reasons for not going into the corporate world, and some of them are kind of tragic. I grew up in a self-employed / freelancer household. So for me, being in entrepreneurial mode is way more normal than being in a corporate grind. I did not do normal schooling for very long. I think I did 4 years of it, and that was enough to put me off of the sausage machine for good, basically. As far as people management systems go. So also considering the socio-economic climate in which I find myself, I always kind of was aware that getting an employment in my neck of the woods, in the classic sense, was never going to happen. I'm not going to talk about that too much because it's highly political, but it's a fact of reality that I had to deal with. So it was entrepreneurship or bust. And when I was fresh out of school, I looked at what I could potentially do with myself to get qualifications, and I could not find a single course in any university in my country, because I had to strictly look at universities in my country, that offered a single thing that I could see myself doing for so much as 5 years, let alone 3, let alone a lifetime, you know? So that was not an option either. So I got very, very lucky to get an employment straight out of school, where I got training from the company to do the job, and it was a teaching post of some description. I'm not going to go into detail, but long story short, I felt really, really uncomfortable in that job because I felt like I was totally an imposter. The imposter syndrome was so real during that employment. And during the time when I was working there, I started the content creation journey. I started live streaming. Well, I didn't start live streaming then. I started that before then. But basically, what it all boiled down to was that I had to be very creative. And now that employment has basically become a we'll call you when we need you type of thing. It's not a full employment anymore. Like, if I get 2 appointments in a year out of them, I'll be surprised. And yeah, let's just say that I need to fill my time elsewise, and this is the only option I've really got. So I've got to make it work. Got to make it work somewhere or another. So if an opportunity pitches up, I need to assess it very, very well. Sai, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Bacon, I have made a mistake. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What sort of mistake? Are you okay? Are you intact? Are there bones sticking out? I got lunch, was eating while listening to you, lost track of time. Oh no! Oh no. Class is in 12 and I'm across the campus. Oh man. Oh man. I am so sorry. Run. Run, Bacon, run. Run like the living version of your namesake. Any woohoo? You got this, Harry? You seem like you have a good head on your shoulders. Oh, thank you, thank you. Faking it till we make it. Yes. Oh, man. Stop sharing brain cells? No, if all of the brain cells are going in the same direction, they're gonna resonate, and the standing wave is going to amplify your speed in the right direction. Go! I don't know if that made sense to anyone else, but hey, I don't know if how familiar you guys are with wave mechanics. Go. But I needed that 5 minutes ago. Well, then put those extra 5 minutes into running, not typing, Bacon. Calling you a pig sounds mean, but like run like a wild boar. Exactly, exactly. Save your bacon and sprint. I can multitask until you land face first in the pavement, sir. Put away the phone and make tracks. Yeah! If Bacon responds again, we know he's not running fast enough. Run, Bacon! Run! You can do it! We are all here waving the motivational pom-poms for you to make it to class on time. I'm also juggling a phone and a soda. Oh no. Oh my. Oh my. That one was waiting for a crosswalk. Oh no. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Bacon. That's the panic for the evening, is Bacon's getting to class on time. Okay. 2 to 1 odds that Bacon will come back with the name Bacon Bits and Echo after they wipe out. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh. Guys. This is all because of taxes? Oh man. It's all the taxes' fault. Aye. Yes. Must blame the system. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, let's just see. Those are all in place, yes, as we need them. Texas, not Texas. Yeah. Oh, joy. Oh, joy, oh, joy. Wild days, wild days, wild days. Okay, so now we've got those. Now the joint, I'm going to leave as is. It doesn't need any warping because what's going to warp is going to be the ring wrist front. So, if anything, Texas would be a solution with their low tax rates and all. That is valid logic. Valid logic. Taxes are a problem and Texas is the solution. I would not know. I am so far away from Texas. They say two things are certainty in Texas. You know, we just don't have state taxes. Fed taxes still eating up our money though. Yeah, the fact that you've got 2 layers of taxes is... We've just got national. We've only got national. And then from national taxes, stuff is supposedly allocated to the different municipalities. But yeah, it's wild. Supposedly. Thankfully you don't have to pay our province and the nation, because that would just be all of the money skimmed. All of the money would get skimmed. There's just none of it would end up ending where it's supposed to go. But yeah, that's okay. I'm not going to talk about that because once again, politics. Moving along swiftly. The good news is I don't make enough to have to pay state, and the federal taxes I make are so little that I also get a decent penny back. Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. At this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add these to my texture atlas. Yes, I can delete those from the texture atlas. Delete. I must return to my slumber now, but I'm glad I was able to catch another one of your lovely streams, Harrier. Don't forget to smile. Thank you so much, Tianuki. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really, really appreciate it. It was awesome talking with you again. We'll try again in the future. And I want to also poke you. I want to do a collab sometime. If we can. I've got an idea, but I want to do it with an artist person. And I don't know enough artsy people. So while you're here, I wanted to poke you. Okay. So, this is the Artmesh map with all of the bits and pieces. And what I need to do is I need to find place. I'm going to need another page on this. I'm going to need another page for sure. Let me start by taking these bits and add, no, and let's go place on atlas, automatic layout, yes, let those get placed. And that's gonna just do its thing. Yes, swamped with work at the minute, but when I'm more free I'll be sure to let you know. I'd be on it. Art activities are so fun. It's like a dance of souls. Yes. And I have an idea, but I don't know if it's an idea that'll be stressful for you or not, but we'll talk about it when you're free. We can at least plan in advance. So let me know, and I'm looking forward to it. Excite. If we can do a couple of different types as well, it would also be fun. Because it's always nice to, you know, have an extra layer of dynamic. Because art streams sometimes get kind of long. And if there's not stuff going on, it can sometimes get a little sleepy for audience as well. I rest now. See you next time. Yes, rest well, rest well. Thank you again for dropping by. I appreciate. Okay, it is still processing where it's placing all of this stuff, because it is literally my entire model is on this sheet. And it's just recalculating where everything lives. So I can't really do much while it's doing this. Otherwise it's gonna break, and I really don't want it to crash, because that would be bad. So let me put the stylus down so that I can't do anything stupid. And let's take the opportunity for another hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Bacon is in! Well done, well done. Congrats, congrats. The bacon is in the pen. Now, that you're in the frying pan, don't get yourself into the fire by getting caught listening to the stream while you're supposed to be paying attention to class. Sorry, I had to make the frying pan pun. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but yeah. Oh, thank you for taking that and rolling with it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 2 minutes to spare. Awesome. Awesome. I feel better now. I feel better now that you're rolling with it. Joy. I love puns. They're such a casual yet easy way of... Bacon does not run his feet out. Oh no! Oh no. The trotters are crispy. The bacon trotters are crispy. Oh dear. And this is still loading. Okay. Also, while walking, I passed a student walking around in a full 3-piece suit and had to pause for a minute to make sure I'm not insane. College is weird. You know, kudos to that person for having a dignified sense of style. The lovely thing about college is that you can experiment, and you know what? If this person is a bona fide suit wearer, you know what? I salute this person. I really wish I had my 3Ds that I could show that I'm actually saluting, but I was legitimately saluting that person because, you know what? Kudos to you, sir. Maybe it's just because I've got a soft spot for suits as well. I always admire it when people feel comfortable wearing formal clothing in more casual settings. Because I feel like with... How can I phrase this? Not corporate, but consumer clothing being the norm. Suits just look good on everyone. This is true. This is true. Because with a lot of high-paced, high-turnover consumer clothing that people don't get made by specialists because, you know, specialists are expensive. It's all got to be one fits most type stuff. Eventually, everyone starts looking very cheap, you know? So, when someone actually has a nice piece, not brand necessarily, because you can... What does the Billy Joel song say? You can't dress trash till you spent a lot of money. With branded stuff, you can either look very cheap or you can look very classy. But to see people actually making an effort to look classy, I always respect that because it is so rare, actually. And I actually find that, especially amongst young people, very endearing. It gives me hope for the future generations. That we're not all going to be in the same uniform eventually. But yeah. Okay, so That's those layers placed. Now this, what's left should all be wings. Layers, yes. So I'm going to add another texture page. And going to make it big so that if there's space left over afterwards, we've got everything. So that's the bottom layer. I want everything except for our wing template. Place. And automatic layout. Okay. Let's see what gets thrown off. I am going to need to remap a bunch of these. I'm gonna need another texture. Grab you. Place. Auto layout. Okay. It looks like so little. Okay. The professor is like, oh no, word. It never rains, but it pours. I didn't have to sprint through the middle of campus like a lunatic. Oh no, oh no. 15 minutes and you can just leave. That's all I always heard. We're at 4 currently. Oh my. Okay, she's here. I should go. Bye, I'll be back. Okay, best of luck at class. Best of luck in class. Okay. So that's the texture atlases. Ack. Save. Operating the mouse lefty is still taking a bit of work. So now we wait for it to progress through, saving all of those in location. Now, it's insane, but the plan is to eventually have alternative outfits as well, or was anyway, before I decided I was going to go 3D too. So we'll see if it's going to be viable to actually do additional outfits on the Live2D, or if I'm going to save that as a 3D thing only. Speaking of 3D stuff, I saw that there is an interesting kit bashing tool available now that I want to try out. So while I still need to actually finish the base rigging and everything on the Harrier 3D model, maybe I should focus on that a little bit, so that we can try it out and see, okay, here, let's find something out in the world, out in the wild, that is an already available 3D outfit that maybe we can slap on and try out the kit bashing tool. Because I don't want to necessarily try it out on a whatchamacallit, Vroid. I don't want to necessarily do that. Okay, so now that everything is on the texture atlas, I'm feeling generally better about life. So now what I want to do is I want to take everything in each of these feather layer groups and put them in a rotation deformer. No? In a warp deformer, in which will be a rotation deformer. So, grab those four, put them in a warp deformer, pull this out of that screen and onto this one. This is going to be feather 1, create, and then grab you and you, create, like so. Control, and I do not want this to be like so, so that I can actually control that and see where I'm placing things. Undo, control, and grab that and pull it down like so. And I want to now see my wing template. Come on. There we go. There we are. Feather 1 in place. Number next. The first 4 are a little weird. But after that, it should be a little bit faster to do each one. Create. Create. Grab the rotation. Drop you there. And you down. Place. Rotate. Okay. Grab that. Come on. Like so. Almost. That's good enough. Number next. 3. Create warp. Grab you, you, and you. Create rotation. Come here. Scroll up. Just rename it. Move our rotation point. Place. How is that? Not quite it. Okay, and now number 4 is clipped to entirely the wrong is it? Yeah, it was clipped entirely to the wrong mask, so grab feather 4 in its entirely, put it in a warp, create, grab you, and you, and you, create a rotation deformer, move you up, move you down, like so. There we go. Okay, so now we've got at least the first 4 feathers where they're supposed to be. Their shine layers, not quite so much. But we'll place those in more detail as we go about, whatchamacallit, deforming the entire wing. So, next one in the list is gonna be feather 5. Group. Create. Now what I want to do is go to the top section, and I want to go to our forearm and hide it. And I want to also hide our wrist front so that I can see the tops of each of these. Wing arm base and wing arm glow are also going to go away. Wing arm parallax is also going to go away for a second, so that we can see where each feather ends. And I think with all of these, I'm actually going to put the rotation on the top outer corner, or what I'm going to call the outboard corner of each feather. Or am I being dumb? Yes, I'm being dumb doing that. Because as I deform, or as I move things, that's going to cause problems if I'm not careful. Create deformer. Move. Place. Next, grab, create, rename, rotation, create, move, rotate, grab them all, create a warp, am I actually wasting time? Yes, I think I am. I'm going to put the shine layer inside each rotation deformer and take the rotation deformers out of the warps. I don't need them. I don't need the warps. I can move the shine layers within the rotations. Let me do it that way. If I prove that I am being stupid with that, I will deal with that later. We'll see what happens with the deformers. This is in the wrong place. It needs to be outside. Create rotation. It was this one, right? Yes. Ink. Zoom in. There we go. Really? Okay, take it out. There we go. Number next. Create rotation. Should be this one. Yep, okay. Create. And this should be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yes. Rotate. Nope. Okay. Now, technically speaking, I don't actually need to rotate all of these handles, but it's just going to make it easier for me later when I'm actually applying these two parameters. And number 10. Create. And here, 11, create. Control. There we go. Almost got all of our feathers in place. Last two. Feather 12 rotation. Grab. Place. And last one. Create rotation deformer. Create. There we go. Grab it. Place it. Okay. Now that should give us a bunch of rotation capability that is going to be given limited use, but it is going to see use. Okay, now the arm base and shoulder. This entire group, yep, that all goes in the same rotation deformer, which is going to live in the center of the shoulder, like so. Now what needs to happen is our wing forearm rotation. And all of our feather rotations also need to nest in to that wing rotation mother folder. So let's grab that entire batch and drop them in. Collapse these so that I can get as many in the list as possible. Grab a lot of them. There we go. So now, theoretically, if I grab this, I should have the entire wing move on that rotation. Lovely. And now wing template layer can go away. I do not need you anymore. Bye bye. Okay. Progress, progress, progress. So that is step number 1. Get everything articulated according to where the joints move. Step 1, check. Step 2 is going to be applying perspective to the parts, because we don't want them to always stick out straight and boring to the side. We want them to be able to point backwards a bit as well, because that makes sense visually. So everything in the wing rotation folder we're going to put inside a warp. Okay? And this is completely wrong in terms of shape, so what we need to do is we need to correct it. I'm starting to get an idea of how it works. Who am I kidding? Oh no. Yeah, it's also important to bear in mind that I'm not necessarily doing this as a tutorial, so I'm not kind of pointing out exactly what each particular thing does as if I'm giving you an interface orientation either, which maybe does not help. But basically, we are just getting to the point where we've at least got the controllers half assembled. So this one I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call this one wing perspective 1. Okay, and then on the move I'm going to need to create a parameter, and this is going to be wing. I'm going to cancel. I'm going to make a new folder for the wings because they're going to need they're going to need their own parameter folder. Okay, so create a folder. I'll call this one wings. Okay. What would this button do? Goofy face and blows up my computer. It's true. It's honestly not that bad. Like, as long as you don't hit the button that says format hard drives, you're okay. Just whatever happens, don't press the button that says format hard drives. Unless you are 100% sure that you know exactly what format hard drives is going to do and that is exactly the task that you need to do because you need to wipe your computer anyway. Otherwise, do not hit format hard drives. Okay. Beyond that, you should be mostly safe 90% of the time. Oh, how convenient. I was about to press that button. Oy, hey, hey. Okay, so this is going to be perspective 1. Wings. Perspective 1. Wing. Perspective 1. And okay. Then I'm going to need wings hold. Wing hold. Extend. If I could spell. And this needs to be no spaces because otherwise it's going to break. Okay. Then we need, so we've got perspective, we've got fold. Then we've got to have, we need another parameter which is going to be wing raise drop, wing raise drop. Okay. Then I want let's start with that and see what we've got. Let's start with that and see what we've got. Okay. So let's begin with our fold and extend parameters. We're going to set 3. This is the neutral position. In its folded position, I do not want that to happen. I want to be on this one. I want that limb to be there on that position. And that one, I want it to be there. Like so. Okay. So that is that parameter. Happiness is... And this one I'm going to put inside another rotation, which is going to be wing raise. Create. So that's the neutral position. Wait, let's clear it first. Move our controller. Okay, wing raise drop creates 3 control points. I swear if that was me doing all of this and I had the knowledge to do so, I'd be spamming it on the keyboard with my fingers, hard taps. You have a very interesting idea of how intense... Oh no, undo. The task is. Okay. So, this is a very strange looking parameter for a wing at the moment, but it serves an emotive purpose rather than a practical one. Also because they're floaty wings, technically I can get away with them having a range of movement around their central hub. This is certainly not a task for impatient people. No. No. It's weird. I keep finding myself in places where I do jobs that impatient people would absolutely never survive doing. Even with my teaching job, the thing I was teaching people how to do was a patience job. So I find that kind of hilarious too. Okay. And this is why Live2D models are expensive. Now, perspective 1, let's add 3 keys. Oh no? No, no, no. Clear. I want to change this one. This does not need to be a 3 key. It's going to be a 0 to 1. I'd rather start making a robotic glove for myself, but again, patience is key, then it would be rewarded with a beautiful product. Oh dear. Oh, Bacon is back. Hello. Hello, hello. Got handed an assignment and finished said assignment. That was a very short assignment. Wow. That was a very short assignment. The professor put on a video related to the topic and I almost fell asleep. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I finished the part we were supposed to do. Well done, well done. Which is the first page. Of a larger thing. Okay, okay. I am not going to even pretend to understand how assignments work anymore. Let me think. I think I did make a mistake because now what's happening is I don't think I'm actually getting any compression on these. I'm not getting any compression on these. And I think that's got to do with the rotations. So I'm gonna clear this because that's obviously not going to be doing anything. So I'm going to need to add perspective to each part separately, it looks like. Fun. Okay, I'm gonna need to do these independently, so let me start with let's start with folding. Let's start with folding and then I can do the perspective on each folded layer or each folded key appropriately. So unfold and extend. This is the extension, so this needs to be straightened. There we go. And on the drop, it needs to be there. Okay. So that should then put us at that sort of movement. Yes, great. Before I do feathers, I need to do the wrist rotation. Where is my wrist? Okay. Grab those two. Put those in a rotation. Wing. Rest. Rotation. Create. Put that there. I'm going to have this handle poking out opposite so that I can find it easily, so that it doesn't interfere with pinions. Was that wildfire playing? Yes, it was, I believe. Okay, so now in reside rest rotation, I need to apply feathers 13, 12, 11, and 10. So 13 through 10 get dropped inside rest rotation. So now, if I do that, okay. Slowly but certainly. How am I going to do this? There is a problem here, mechanically. I need to clear this. I need to clear these transforms and grab both of these. Not the Alula, just those two. Pull both of them. Out further. So that I've got a bigger range of motion. Level build up to that song, the music on the entire planet that was on Star Rail, so we built up to that with another song called Embers and a few others. Yeah. I kind of... After that first planet, I kind of totally lost track when it came to Star Rail. Like, I totally lost track with it. So, I have no idea what's going on with Star Rail at the moment. But the soundtrack is good. The soundtrack is good. Oh, it absolutely got weird after. Okay, then I didn't miss much. Oh, the first part soundtrack is okay though. So, especially in the fourth one, Pina Connie, I love you, but what is happening? Oh joy! It's the sort of chaos that not even the Breakfast Club can make sense of. What are we to do? We're in dreams, and probably more layers. Oh my word. Oh, that's insane sounding. Neo makes some music. The games, though, I wish I didn't have to grind units to progress the story in any of them. Yeah. The unit grind is definitely an interesting aspect in terms of having to do battle with it. And the limited access to resources on a daily basis is definitely one of the reasons why it's hard to stick with it. Like, if you didn't have the limited access, I wouldn't feel so bad about trying to keep up. Because then it doesn't matter if I can only log in on a Thursday. Or a Wednesday, or a Tuesday, or whatever day of the week happens to be the day that I can actually log in. Because I can still access everything. As soon as you've got to have an access on a different day for a different thing, it becomes impossible to keep up with, you know? I can't get past the game's grind requirement. It just feels malicious. Yeah, it's I enjoy progressing characters as a game mechanic. That is the one thing that I actually find I enjoy doing, is applying stuff to a character to get them from 0 to whatever, so that they can be better in combat. That is a thing that I personally enjoy in games, which is, I think, one of the reasons why I keep starting new stuff. But when you've either bound to, you've only got so much capacity with which to grind for materials in a given day. For example, when you've got the energy feature where, okay, you have so many stacks of energy on a day in which to access dungeons. When it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't regenerate fast. And the limit of how many stacks you've got is really tiny. That's annoying. And when access to materials is limited on a particular day of the week thing, that is annoying. Aside from that, I wouldn't mind the grind so much if it weren't for those two things. Like, the thing is that I know that it's also part of the financial structure to be able to actually, you know, buy access to stuff. But yeah, number goes up is fun. Yeah. It's nice that Honka Star Rail doesn't have those locked into X-Day things. I do think they did that very well. Yeah. Like, Genshin, that was the one thing that got to me, is that the talent upgrade materials were locked to specific days of the week. It drives me up the wall because inevitably I'm not online on the day that I need that particular character's material that I'm building. And then it kind of just dissuades me from progressing. Okay, so that articulation is working. That articulation is working. Great. Collapse the wrist. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Go into the forearm. 9 through 5. Grab. Drop you in forearm rotation. Okay? So now if we go extend, you're going there and there. Great, that's also looking more right. Now with each of these feathers we need to put them or their rotation on here independently. Because we want them to be in different places. So I'm going to start with a folding position. And place. Now this is obviously not as articulate as an actual bird wing, because there's not flesh and tendons and all of those sorts of soft tissue maneuverability aids. But if we can get close, then I'm happy. Okay. Now in here we're going to also apply these so this is going to come back rather significantly. Oh boy. I've got an error on that one. No. Ah, come on, come on. The control in my left hand is non-existent. Back. Can't believe I've got an art error on this layer. No. I'm gonna maybe cheat it. Come on. Okay, that works, that works. Okay. Rapatatam. So we've got an extension and we've got a fold, at least from the elbow outward, functional. So now these guys are part of that group. So now it's you four. So we're gonna grab all four of them. Unfold, extend. I'm gonna leave where they are on extend for now. Let's focus on fold. Okay, that works, that works, that works. Coffeebot has made his voice known, therefore it is time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Left hand is getting tired now. Just shows you it's unfit. Yo. Now, on the extension, I want to have this arch back ever so slightly. And I want these ones to pivot further forward. Eight, I want to pull back slightly. There we go. Second class is over! One more. Well done. Well done on surviving classes, Bacon. Okay. The wing folds. Yay! The wing folds. Okay. Now we're going to need to look at perspective, but I can't do this with my left hand anymore. I need to switch back to right, otherwise I'm going to be completely insane. As I was saying, I much prefer the way Host handles those things, and it's available any of the day week. And if you don't play for a while, it still builds your energy up again at a slightly slower rate and stores up to like 2,400, but in a backlog to be claimed whenever. Oh wow. That's good to know. Yeah. Honkai had a lot of good mechanics. I just got bored with the turn-based, actually. I actually just got bored with the turn-based. I stopped playing for a week, came back and farmed like a madman for an entire afternoon. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly come on to this other monitor and go. No. I want to go settings. Just want to quickly go devices and switch back. Mouse left. And switch back to the other hand for a bit. Okay, let's see if I've got better control. The turn-based is a bit tiring and boring here. Like, if you're building an idle type game, sure. It's just that I would want something that's got the grinding mechanics of something like Honkai to have then the active aspect of active character control. I also dislike how certain enemies have a really long death animations that just pointlessly extend combat by an extra few seconds. Yeah, sometimes that bit of stylization can get a bit tedious. I understand what you mean. Also, intro animations can do that as well, quite significantly. Because if the intro animations for something takes forever. Thank you. Okay, I'm not happy with the placement of this particular feather. This is feather 10. Now in 12, what I want to do is I want to look at this one and tweak it, because I see that it was a major art error. So I'm gonna cheat it to fix said error. And that is cheating done right. There we go. That is cheating done right. So that I don't have to reload the feather and re-rig it from scratch. Okay. Now what I think I need to do is I'm actually going to take all of the shine layers out up here all together and put them in the wing perspective group just for now, just to hide them. Because they are not actually doing what I need them to do in the rotation layers, and they're not going to do what I need them to do in the rotation group. Now the perspective folder is maybe not the proper folder for them, but at least then they'll be together and next to each other so that I can grab them in one go. So now I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, okay. Okay. I'm going to need to delete the wings perspective because it's obviously not behaving how I need it to, because it still thinks that it's parented to the forearm rotation. Ugh, to the wing rotation. Oh no, that's because it is still parented to the wing rotation. Okay, okay. I'm going to grab all of those, put them in a group, call this one wing shine, create, take wing shine, drop that under wing raise. Okay. Now when I've got these placed correctly for each feather, per the fold and perspective, which is going to be a squared thing, I think, yeah. Then should get it good. Behavior on these. So let me start by creating a fold extend. that because I want this to almost chop off a little bit. And this needs to be an additive layer. All of these need to be additive. Okay. Okay, now let's you. I'm gonna rotate this. If I was going to make it behave like this, I should have maybe... Am I being dumb? Am I being dumb? Am I being dumb? I think so. Yeah, I was being done taking them out of here. Okay, put them back. Just place them smart the first time. Okay, next. Okay. Can't be much more of this, right? Okay. I'm going to definitely need to be careful about how I handle that. Okay, so now that one can go away because I'm not going to be using it. Okay. It shouldn't be 3, it should be a 2. together. Come on. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Okay. So that's that bit of shine. Okay, now we need to do the problem solving of actual perspective shifts. To do that, I need to go into a bunch of these and actually tweak my odd meshes. My odd meshes. Still. Why? Because I was impatient and did not actually go in here yet. And that needs to be sorted, so that needs to be cleared. Let's do mirror edit. Yes. No mirror edit. No mirror edit for me. Okay, fine. Wait, cancel. Want to try something? That should do the trick. Okay, now if I go Alt, scale, should be able to scale those down. Alt, scale those up. Ha ha ha. Okay, I've got a plan now. And scale. Wait, did I just make a mistake? I think I did. I get the feeling I made a mistake again. Yes, I did make a mistake again. Let me start over. 4 division, 4 division, 4 division. Okay. Grab everything in the middle. Be gone. Corner away, corner away. Grab the corners. Grab corner, strictly a corner, Alt, scale down. Grab the centers. Grab a corner, Alt, strictly expand. Okay. Next to grab, 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 grab. Strictly on a corner, Alt, scale. I'm always going to have scaling issues because it's not making a perfectly square starter mesh. Oh well, tried. Alt. Okay. Grab everything, copy. Paste. Scale it down. Paste. Scale it down. This is going to be a straight paste. Okay. Okay. Save. So, now, wings perspective. What needs to happen firstly is the wings rotation. This needs to go into a create. This is going to be purse location create, and that's going to go in there, and here it's going to be deeper in like that. Okay. And then that is going to go in side another one, which is going to be wing body XY. Which, when we go here, is going to lock in there. Here, it's going to go more that way. There, it's going to go more that way. Okay, so we've got body rotation, which is going to adjust that. Cool. Perspective location does that. Okay, now inside each of those, we also need to then work on our perspective. So what's going to happen is we're going to start with the shoulder and then work outwards towards the wingtips. So what's going to happen? Is here. We're going to add those to the perspective, and we're going to work directly on the mesh because there's only so much that we're actually going to do to this thing. No. Clear it. Create warp. Shoulder curse. Create. Create. Shift down like that. Shift up like that. There we go. Shoulder back. I'm gonna grab those. Move that out like so. Undo. And there we're starting to get actual stuff happening. Yay. Now if I hide, not that, if I hide that, and now show that, that at least looks sort of along the right lines. Lovely. Okay, okay, okay. Now we need here. Wing. Purse. Okay, here we're going to just correct this back down. Like that. Now, here we need to still map these. But first, let's just do this. I think I should still have the round. Yes, I still had the round on my clipboard. Yay. Okay. Okay. Now here. Paste. Copy. Paste. Okay. So now if I put this on perspective, if I move this one down, it's not quite right, and I know why. Because we've not got the center in the right place. That looks rounder. Okay. So now that also needs to be placed. It needs to come out. And a little bit that way. Now what needs to happen is that needs to be in the correct place, like so. Okay. That works, that works. Slowly but certainly getting there. I think it's time for coffee. So, everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Now, these are also going to need to move on the perspective. So, what's going to happen is I'm going to need to put these in additional. I'm going to put them in additional rotations. So, this is going to be feather 4. Press. Create. Feather 3. Press. Create. Feather 2. Press. Create. Feather 1. Press. Create. There we go. Make sure all of them are linked to the parameter. Come to first one. Place. Now we need to scale that down a bit. Undo. I don't like it. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to, within the rotation folder, put the perspective folder. Folder deformer. Deformer. Okay, so Okay, go. Feather for purse. Just gonna copy the words that I don't have to keep typing. Create. Feather 3. Purse. Create. Okay, now perspective. Nope, not that one. I want this one. Undo. Like that. Next. Move. Alt Shift. Scale it down a little bit. Okay, next, Alt Shift, scale it down. Ooh, I'm going to need to do corrections on those. Wait, what did I just break? What did I just break so spectacularly? Ah, thought so. I completely failed to put it on the actual parameter. Which naturally is going to cause problems. Okay. So that's you guys. working-ish. Now let's correct for our holding. Okay. So that behaves itself now. Great. Oh, up to the elbow is working-ish. Now it's just the shines that need to also work with the perspective as well. Because I've already got them wrong. Because the shines are basically independent agents. Let me just hide them so that I'm not confronted with them. Wing for hers. Yeah. Wing for arm, purse, location. Okay. Clear that because I'm on the wrong one. Needs to be there. And then here, that needs to be there, like so. Okay. There we go. There we go. This is going to be wild to work with, but it's fine. Okay, forearm and a lula. These I'm going to put on the perspective directly because they are a little bit... No, they are also going to need to... go in a deformer first. First here. To get these. Sufficiently out the way like that. Okay. Now here we add to the perspective. Okay. Oh boy, this is quite the chain. Sora, Orion, Okami, hello, welcome in, and thank you so much for the raid. Hello, greetings and welcome everyone. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things, and welcome in so much. Grateful. so much gratitude. Hello, how are you and how was your stream? How was your stream? Hi. This one I need to actually also correct. I need to correct this so that it stays looking around. Hello, super good, make lots of progress in the game. How are you and how is art going? We are doing well. I am busy assembling my wings. I am busy assembling my wings and rigging them up for updates soon and very soon. I have had these on the workbench since debut, actually, so it's good to get them functional at last. I finally found a gap for it. It's a technical process involving lots of flapping, but we are making good progress with this mechanical wing assembly, and it's going pretty well so far. It's going pretty well so far. The brain is going a little bit bonkers, but it's fine. Ah, makes sense, makes sense. It's okay, it's okay. And with yourself, what game were you playing? I got wings too, but they are sadly not added to my model yet. Yeah. Wings are an interesting challenge in models. I love feathered wings so much. But they are definitely, especially if you're doing articulated wings like this one, then they can be quite the interesting challenge in implementation. We were playing Sea of Stars, a super good game. Ooh, nice. But did you have fun? That is the question. That is the question. Tell me a bit about it. I am not entirely familiar. Please? Let's see. Of course, I wouldn't do this if it wasn't fun. That's a good point. Good point. Good, very good point. Because I do know that there is such a thing as a rage game, and then people don't necessarily have fun, but they do it anyway. But hey, if it's not a rage game, then that's great. Okay. You know what, fair. Yeah. It's something that exists, so... It's a super good RPG. Lovely style and art. Oh, ooh. Okay. Sea of Stars. I am writing this down for later investigation. I shall definitely investigate it. I love RPGs. Yeah, like a good story is always fun. And RPGs usually are great with that. This I'm going to collapse first because I'm not there yet. This needs perspectives. Let's just expand these quickly. Expand the layers. Expand them all. I love them. And okay, so now we need a warp, which is going to be feather 5 in press create. Wings perspective, place. Okay. Now this automatically needs to scale down a bit because it's further away from us. Okay. So that's that feather in position. Now I need to also correct for how it folds. In perspective. And up here, when it's extended, just a little bit of rotation that way. Like so. Okay. Next feather. Create warp. Feather 6. Purse. Create. Connect to here. Bring in. Scale it down. Like that. And now, no, undo. Come here. Add those. When it's collapsed, it needs to be like that. When it's expanded, it needs to be like that. Alright, Misa needs a shower. I'll be lurking, my friend. Hope the art goes well. Thank you so much, Sora. Thank you so much. Enjoy your shower. The technical stuff is breaking my brain a little bit, but it's doing well. I at least have an idea of what I'm doing, sort of. Which helps. Just a wee bit. Feather 7. Perspective. Create. And put in there. Scale way down. The forearm perspective is still wrong. Why? Proportions are off for a start. And then by feather 5. No, feather 6. Needs to start there. Feather 7. I'm still not happy with how these are falling. I want it to be flatter. Okay, okay. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Next. create, perspective, create, grab here, place. Scale. Okay, then this side on the extension. Right, you're so calm, I'd be sweating like a fountain, breathing, really trying to figure out which button press rank to, but I don't press the button that erases all my progress. Nah, I know that what I'm doing is 80% non-destructive. 80% non-destructive. So it's when you're familiar with the process, you are going to generally be less likely to make destructive mistakes, but it does still happen. Like, I've made enough destructive mistakes tonight already, I think. I just know how to recover from them. Then my hand starts cramping for no reason, and start thinking it's hot in my... Ah! That panic sounds entirely self-induced. I'm not gonna lie. A level of caution is fine, but one mustn't be in a state of panic at all times. It's not necessary. Your artwork is so beautiful though. I'm glad. I'm glad. There we go. So this is the last one on the forearm piece, and then last one on the forearm piece. And then it's, no, undo. Phew. And then we can get to the wrist section, and once we've got the wrist section in place, then we are 90% of the way through the swing. Okay, so far so good. Oh no, I was in the wrong place. Okay. Come here, clear, place it here. Now perspective. Now take 2. This animation is going to be smoother than my dodging mom slipper. Oh dear. Wrong one. Okay, now we go 3 keys. Collapse. Okay, there we go. And on the extension. It's not actually right. It's not actually right. Like that makes sense. Here it's actually still all of it at the wrong angle. Like grossly at the wrong angle. I'd be so scared for someone to guide me in person because I'd be with this editing program where it's moving object button again. So it's really not that scary. It's really, really, really not that scary. Okay, so this is currently I pre-linked it to my tracking, so it should track with me now, so there should be two of me. Now I just want to test posing. Yeah, just want to see how it behaves when I'm not controlling it. Yeah, still a bit wonky in places. I'm definitely not happy with how it looks in perspective extended. That needs work. That needs definite work. Now I'm going to close this before my graphics card decides that it wants to turn on fire. Okay. That RTX graphic card is internally screaming right now, just like how mine is chill. No, I haven't even gotten RTX. I'm on GTX. A little one. I'm on a little GTX card. How lucky would you say I am? I got my computer for yard sale for $25 and it was fine, but slightly slow. Yeah, you would win at gacha. You would win at gacha. That is my assessment of your luck. Okay. Then like that. Great. Still not quite there, but better, significantly. Okay. Getting there. Getting there. Okay, undo that because that broke so much. I wonder if I'm being stupid. I think I'm being stupid. Let me do this. I need to come and do this. Otherwise, this is going to continue to be disaster after disaster after disaster. Copy. Paste. Save. Okay. Next. Copy. Paste. Paste. Okay, now let's see how desperately that broke things. Much less, it looks like. Next. How lucky would you say I am? I've found a screen projector, PS3 and a working Windows PC from yard sales for 20 to 25 bucks each in just 3 years. Either you spend an awful lot of time in yard sales, or you have a significantly good luck. I'm often not sure. I should be qualified to speak on such things as luck. I almost don't always go to yard sales. Buy a lottery ticket. But then don't tell me how it goes, because then I'll be jealous. And I prefer not to live in envy. Actually, no, don't buy a lottery ticket. That's gambling. Just, you know what I mean. Don't. That sort of luck does. No. Yeah, can we please stop? I feel bad now. Ugh. Yeah. Let's put it this way. I am that person who, if there are 100 units of exactly the same thing on the shelf, I will pick up the single unit that is faulty in the batch. By chance or on purpose? Entirely by chance. Like, they are all sealed. You make sure to pick one that's got the packaging doesn't look damaged. And I get home and I open it and then something doesn't work. And that's a trait my father and I share. Now I'm talking me now. That's my luck, is that there'll be 100 units on the shelf, I will get the broken one. That you cannot tell will be faulty by looking at the packaging. That happened to me with a vacuum a few weeks ago. Yeah. A dead on arrival sucks. I returned it and got my money back though, so no loss was made. Yeah. Yeah, what happens though is that when you are pressed for time and you need the thing, because it was already an emergency purchase because something else packed up, and then it's still broken, and then you lose 3 weeks of your life trying to get hold of a replacement. That is how it generally goes in my household. It's like not easy. Okay, copy. Paste. Paste. Okay. Halfway. Let's see. Okay, that'll do. Copy. Paste. Okay. So, progress. Ow. Knee. Copy. Once again, it is an hour old and cold. Why? Because I forgot about it. Again. Can I just not inhale it, please? Ow. Okay, next. Okay, copy. Paste. What's your avatar character's backstory? You know, in lore? How do I phrase this? I don't actually know what happened to me before landing in the moors surrounding Fort Misthaven. I was stuck in the mists for too long, and I will not go into too much detail, but basically if you're stuck in the mists for too long, it makes you disorientated, it messes with your memory. If you're in there too long, you completely lose all sense of self and turn into basically a wild monster. I was very, very close to that when I got rescued from the mists, and then I got recruited basically into the Mist Guard, which surrounds Fort Misthaven. And I'm a scout, so my job when I'm not drawing is to fly around, as soon as I've got my wings operational again. Look for anyone else who got stuck in the mists and extract them and see if there are any stuff that's been in the mists too long that went completely crazy that then needs to be eliminated. And then I call my team, and then we come beat it up, and then we come home, disinfect for a couple of days to make sure that there aren't any lingering mental side effects, and continue with life. That is what we do. So as a sentinel in the Mistguard, that is my job, is to be a scout. But we've also got the paladins and skirmishers who have other combat roles. Paladins are more heavy hitters. The skirmishers are faster, more all-rounder type fighters. Then we've also got cavalry who are responsible for any search and rescue operations where we need to actually get people carried back quickly, where they're either injured or not in a state where you can afford to waste time. And then finally we've got the Cannoneer Division, which is responsible for if things got really, really bad and we need to shoot stuff. We call on the Cannoneers. And when the stuff that's big and angry and beating on the city walls are just a little bit too much for ordinary weapons to handle. Like, I've actually got no idea what species I am. All I know is I was found not far away from what I'm assuming was my pod, my escape pod. I think it was an escape pod. It looked a little bit tiny, so it was probably an escape pod. So how escape pod got there, I don't know exactly. Can't remember. Also, I was just in the mists too long, so everything before then is just whoop, unreliable. Totally unreliable. Copy. Number next. Paste. Paste. Okay. Now I can actually manipulate these things properly. Without fighting breaking lines. Still got to do the ones on the attached to the wrist parts. That's fine. Really? Okay, now lastly, let me now correct backwards this way. Okay, that is looking more right. That is looking more right. Finally, finally, finally. Hmm. Okay. Did I just break it? Yes, I did a little bit. I'm going to not do battle with those ones. I'll just... Or. Okay, in here, let's try and keep this in sync then. Linksys, your law is entirely up to you. I would honestly rather not particularly comment on that particular genre of law. Okay, let's see. So here what needs to happen is that these need to get shorter on this one, because what's happening is that the tips are going lower as the perspective gets more squished, and that is wrong. So here, the tip of that feather needs to align with about where the white is at the moment. Okay. now we pull this line up. To match and compensate. Because that looks a lot more like perspective than the other one did. Okay, now up here. The same thing needs to happen, except in exactly the opposite direction. Here, where they've gone down, they need to go across, not down. And here. Like that. Now we split the difference with the rest of these. Let's see. Yes. Copy. Paste. That's not the issue. The issue is that on these vertices it is bending. So undo, 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 and over here. Copy. Paste. Paste. Yeah, that's better. Okay. That's better. That works. That works. This also needs a layer of correction for the folder extender. So that works. No, no, undo, because I'm on the wrong one. I want shoulder. That and Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Progress. Save button is in order at this point. Save button is in order. We are very close with these wings. It's just the wrist left. It's just the wrist. And then the shinies. When we've got the wrist and the shinies on, and everything else will fall into place. Then it's literally one little action to duplicate it to the opposite side, and it'll be sorted. Then it's just allocating a visibility slider to everything. Oh, pardon me. Applying a visibility slider to everything. And then let's call this wings equip. Zero. Hecky techy, hello, hello, welcome in. Greetings, greetings. How are you doing today? Doodle-doot. That mic is so crisp. Is that crisp in a good way or crisp in a bad way? I don't know. If it's crisp in a good way, then yay. If it's crisp in a bad way, then oh dear, then it looks like I've got more tasting to do. Oh joy. Okay, let's see. Let's see. It's crisp in a... oh. Okay, that's a good way then. Okay. I'll take it then if that's a good way. Fantastic. That is good to know. That is good to know. How are you doing this fine day? How has Monday treated you thus far? Ty! Hello! Hi Harry, I hope you have had a great day and the stream has been well. It's been good, we've been productive. I've been building my wings at last. Good to see you, Ty. How are you doing? Eee. We have got them almost functional. I didn't have wings at all in this model before this evening, so I am in the process of putting them in place. I'm struggling with my fair share of sounding like I'm talking into a toilet bowl, but I'm good except that I've got the usual Dead Monday vibes. Oh yeah, oh man, shame. Yeah, unfortunately the hollow reverberance that it sounds like you're referring to is usually got to do with how many reflective surfaces are in the immediate vicinity of your room. So, if you are surrounded by a lot of glass or flat open walls or whatever, that is definitely going to make it sound more echoey and bathroomish. Throw pillows around or blankets over stuff, and that'll help dampen that down quite a bit. I'm in the process of getting all of the Twitch VODs over to YouTube, since Twitch is a new limit for how much you can upload. Yeah. I saw that you had a mission ahead of you. Best of luck with that, sir. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's why I've started multi-streaming now, so that I just don't have to worry about it at all. It's like I'm wearing a muzzle on my face and yelling into it wildly. Ooh, yeah. That does sound like trouble. That does sound like trouble. My first question is, how far away from you is the microphone? How far away from you is the microphone? 907 hours of Let's Plays. Oh my word, that's a lot. That's a lot, Ty. Oh wow. Wow, that's a lot of hours. I know. Oof. But the headphone was $15 itself, so good deal if you ask me. Yeah, no, you can get even a cheap mic to sound pretty decent. It all depends on where it is relative to you and what your environment is looking like and how you're processing things. At least I have content for YouTube for a while. Yeah. That is true. That is true. No, I caved and went back to multi-streaming. Now that it's legal with Twitch TOS for affiliates to multi-stream, I can actually do that now, which is great. So that is really, really, really helpful. Don't need to upload anything a second time. Speaker wires, it's good. But the mic is 4 inches of... Okay. Okay, so you're on a headset mic. Okay, yeah. Sometimes what happens with the headset mics is that, especially with the cheap ones, the microphone pickup itself isn't actually where the boom sits next to your mouth. And that actually is just a hollow tube, which is gonna make the sound bounce around on the inside a lot and before it actually gets to the microphone, and that is gonna give you that bathroom sound. Like, 100% that's what's gonna happen. If you've got your if it's on a headset. Oh man, trust me, I've been there. I've had a headset mic like that before. I know. It's great for not getting in the way of your facial tracking if you're VTubing, but otherwise, ish. Please don't choke anyone. Now let me see, where am I at? I have to finish perspective on the wrist. That is the next step, is wrist. Forearm, wrist, rotation, puts us there. Okay. So the next thing is wing, wrist, perspective, location, create, wing perspective, place it there, come here, pull that down, scale that down. Okay. Something like that. Okay. Wings still winging it? The wings are still winging. The wings are still winging. We are on the wrist part now, which means that we are very close to having all of the parameters we need for these to actually be functional articulated wings. So, we are a solid 70% of the way through this. Yes, but thank you for joining us, Sai. I hope you're doing well. Okay, I'm gonna need to put this there. And there. And in perspective. Undo that. I'm alright. Ah, that's good. That's good. Okay. Now. Ring wrist. This is gonna be here, like that. Create deformer. This is gonna be wing, wrist, perspective, create, put it here. Now that's going to collapse down like that. Undo, because that's not right. Okay. Great. So that is the covert working. Now it needs to also work when folding and extending. Extension works well. And on the fold, works. Great. I don't need to do anything more to that one. Lovely. I don't need to do a tweak. Yay. Now the wing rest front, I need to put on a perspective on its own, because this one firstly has a mistake. What is going on here? That needs to fan. There we go. This needs to be closer in. And this needs to be okay. Something like that. Undo all of that. Why? Because I didn't yet have this on the perspective parameter. There we go. Okay, now, yeah, like this. This needs to be all the way quite significantly. There we go. Oh. Okay, there we go, there we go. So now, regardless of where on that it should be, like so, yes. Happiness is cool. Okay, next is gonna be our feathers. Which need to go in warp deformers. So we start with feather 13 perspective. Copy. Create. Feather 12. Paste. Create. Feather 11. Paste, create, feather 10, paste, create. Okay, now we go in here and we make sure that our pieces are where we need them to be. Copy. Clear. Paste. Clear. Paste. Okay. Now, here this goes in like so. Now that ain't gonna fly. Come on. You see the problem is, once again, these feathers by the form, so deal with that in a bit. Okay, I'm going to undo that because that looks gross. And also, I messed up. Because none of these were actually on the slider registered. Ah, the nostalgia, yeah. The song, the feels. A good song remains a good song. Okay, that works. Bacon on egg! Welcome back, and thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. I am home! Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Phew! Okay, one sip was not enough. Everyone, I hope you have your beverages, courtesy bacon. I walked upstairs and booped my cat on the nose. He is now purring so loud I can hear it across the room. Aww, meow, so cute. Control Shift C, Control Shift V. Well, technically my sister's cat, but he's hanging out in my room, so I'm claiming him as a citizen of the Bacon Nation. Oh, that is adorable. Oh, that is adorable. Besides, who owns a cat anyway? They are the masters of their own empire. True, I guess I need to amend my statement again. The cat overlord that owns me. Yes, that seems more that seems more factually accurate. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. And still purring his little engine. My god, he's so cute. Oh. Aww. He's even lying on the top bunk of the bed looking down on me from above. Aww. Aww. That's adorable. There's nothing like an up cat. Okay, so that, perspective-wise, puts us there. Okay. So now we come back to feather 10, which should be... that one, yes. Okay, now it needs to get 3 on our fold extend. Let's go to fold first. Location. Perspective on the folds is not right now. Noted. Got to go back and correct those as well. Fine, we start with the extension. Something's not right here. Okay, that's getting there. Okay, that works, that works, that works. Oh wow, these all need to extend quite massively. Wow. So that needs to be roughly down. There. Okay. Okay, let me trace that height. Can afford to be a bit shorter. Like so. Then here, this needs to extend. Hide that for a second. I just want to see here where the top of this thing even is at the moment. This pull up. This needs to come down again. I need to still do this. I need to still do this one. Actually, I want to not have one there. Copy. And paste. How long have you been using that existing software? About 3 years. I've been using Live2D for about 3 years. 2, 3 years? 3 years. 3 years. Okay, now take that away, take that away. Come here. Close that. Okay. Is it on the line? Yes, it is. Okay, so when I repack these, let me repack the texture atlas and see if that fixes it. Oh wow, this is gonna be a long... I should have just repacked it all and saved myself the trouble. Heh. So many layers that it has to reprocess. I should have just repacked the entire thing if I knew it was going to do this. So many layers. Okay. Oy, 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 oy. Okay, this is taking a small eternity to go through everything, but at least it's now finally on the feather pieces. Thankfully. Third atlas. Great. Nice. Now as soon as it catches up with me, I'm hitting the save button, because otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. So I still need to do refinements to the folded perspective view, because these arm linked feathers are not yet in the right place. There we go. File, save, before anything else. But I think that is going to be a job for another day. Because on one hand, I am freezing. On the other hand, I've been streaming for 5 hours and it is almost 3 AM my time, so I actually need to pretty much wind us down here. But we made really good progress. The wings are a complicated piece. Sleep? No. I actually, my designated stream end time is 3 AM. 3 AM is when I stop streaming. I have in fact altered my sleep schedule to a biphasal sleep cycle so that I can catch the end of the European evening and the early American afternoon evening time slot. Specifically so that I don't have to try and do battle with you know, being in the wrong time zone for stuff. But yeah, considering that this is my day job and I am, you know, streaming and arting, and I am in my most creative headspace after 9 PM in my current time zone anyway, it just kind of made sense to just switch it up so that, hey, I'm now working for America time and late Europe time. Like Fridays, I'll still stream in daylight hours now. As of last week, I stream in daylight hours on Fridays. Simply because that is a transition into a standard quote-unquote sleep cycle for the weekend, so that I can be available for things with the family and social events and everything. I think I've got something happening every single weekend between now and like a week or two into April. It's insane. For a bunch of introverts, we've got too many social things going on. But yeah, so Fridays are like a transition day, and they let me also catch the Australian and Asian side of the planet on Fridays. But yeah, Mondays through Thursdays we operate in other time zone. It's kind of wild. Now, I think half of my problem when it comes to Wing perspective. It's not that. It does not need to be folded back that much. That's already part of the problem. That looks better already. Okay, let's just check this. Let's just check this. I want to see. Without interface getting in the way. So let's put it in pattern B. Let's just see how it behaves on that. Now pattern B is a rotation bound thing. Pattern A does nothing. Yeah, so aside from obvious errors by the wrist feathers, that is behaving in a wingish way. Aside from very obvious errors by the wrist feathers. And the arm section's also got some errors that are in need of repair. But the rest of it is in fact behaving as a wing would behave. So I'm happy that it's working. I'm happy that it's working. So yes, that's where we are at. That is where we are at. It has been an amount of brain power to get to this point, but it's all great. It means that hopefully by the time my birthday rolls around on the 12th of March, I will have my wings finally installed. So that is the goal. I plan to have this updated model version for birthday. That is the plan. And I'm going to be working on that in between commission stuff over the next while to make sure that it can in fact happen. So the wing is just one part of it. There are some other little teeny tiny upgrades and additional toggles that I want to add as well. But the wings are going to be one of the things that you can toggle on and off with your channel points. So that is something that I am looking forward to. With how broad they are, it might be a little bit interesting to see how that behaves on art streams, but it just means that just like how you guys can control whether I put on my jacket or take it off, or put on my glasses, take it off, you'll also be able to equip and unequip the wings as well, which is going to be cool. But yeah, good progress was made. I'm feeling much happier about a great many things. Oh, that lets me see stuff well. Okay, noted. Save button. But yes. So that is where we're at. I am going to keep working on that in between a bunch of other stuff. It's scary. Where did February go? We are already like a hair's breadth away from the end of the first quarter of the year, and it feels like the year has barely started, which is kind of insane. But it's all good, it's all good. I will see you guys again on Wednesday. We're continuing work on Citrina Shutterbug's ending screen animation. We're going to try and power through the last of the hair layers and doing fixes to things so that we can soon and very soon pour it into Live2D as well. Get that ball rolling on the rig. It's insane. Yeah. You see, the weird part is the older you get, the shorter time takes to pass. That's an unfortunate fact, is that the older you get, the faster time goes past you. Like, it feels like a constant acceleration. And my brother had a theory on this, actually. It's because when you're young, a year is a significant percentage of your experience of life. Like, if you're 3, a year is literally a third of your life. It feels like forever. It feels like forever. As you get older, the fraction just gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and it just gets exponentially just... The experience of time becomes very, very, very skewed. And then you've got me, who's a forgetful bird anyway, and then my perception of time is trash to begin with. my perception of time is trash to begin with. So, yeah. At 20 years, 20th of your life, so time feels twice as fast as when you're 10. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I am creeping very, very, very close to 30 now. So it is crazy. How fast time is going by in my regard. But hey, we're here. I'm still figuring out what, aside from a couple of upgrades to the model, what all is on the game plan for the birthday. Citrina said she would be willing to help me come up with a couple of things to make an event. So I'm gonna hopefully have some fun stuff lined up for you guys as well. So we are going to see. I'm not going to have massive expectations about it. Me and birthdays and organization of parties is bad. Historically, I've got a precedent for not being good at organizing parties, if you could lock me in a brewery. Yeah. We'll see if we can come up with something that works. I have very, very, very low expectations, but it means that anything that happens is going to be an improvements, right? Yeah, anyway. There is... It's actually interesting, because this is the first time that birthday and stream anniversary are basically at the same time, because my anniversary... My first anniversary of being Harrier Citadel is 2 days after my birthday. And it's like, we're just gonna merge the event. We're just gonna merge it. It's like, yeah, let's roll, let's do the thing, you know? I mean, I think the 14th was when I made my first post as Harrier, but I can't remember if that was actually when I made the account. I can't remember if that's actually when I made the account, or if I had it for a couple of days before that. Happy birth anniversary? Yeah, that's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be the thing. At least it means that as a annual event, it's one time, big party, celebrate, get it done. You don't have to think about stuff and try to remember all of the dates throughout the year because there's only one. So one thing that I know is that there won't be any special Saturday streams or anything on that week, because that Saturday the 15th, family stuff is happening to celebrate the birthday that happens in the middle of the week. So that is locked out. Nothing is going to happen there. So birthday stream is going to happen probably on the birthday. Birthday stream is probably going to happen on the birthday, which is going to be cool. A nice change of pace. What day of the week is it even? What day of the week is the 12th? 12th is Wednesday. 12th is Wednesday. So maybe what I'm going to do is I will, on that week, I will switch the Monday and Tuesday stream around. Or something. We'll figure it out. Depends what the event actually ends up looking like. Doing a countdown, I don't think. Nah, I'm not going to bother with a countdown. I'm not going to bother with a countdown. But yeah. I'm not going to bother with a countdown. Besides, my time zone. It'll be weird. Anyway. So I'm going to stop yapping about that for a bit because I don't actually have a plan fully wrapped together just yet. But yes. We'll see if we can come up with something. We'll see if we can come up with something. That'll hopefully be fun. And yeah, as far as how it's going to actually end up looking, I have no idea. But hey, it's ongoing thought process. Yeah, I just hit my brick wall. You could hear I completely forgot what I was about to say. So I am going to love and leave you all. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Let me see. Yeah. I'm going to love and leave you all. I am completely play. You're almost 30? Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I'm actually very hesitant when it comes to engaging with minors on the internet, is because bad actors take that and completely skew stuff, which is why on all of my profiles, the places it says actually, 18 plus, because I really don't want controversy. But yeah, I'm almost 30. I am not a tiny person. Anyways, have a good day, no matter how old you are. Don't be like Drake. Yeah, I know that Drake is a person who exists, but I honestly couldn't be bothered with his existence to know anything about him. All I know is that he's got bad rap. So whatever his reputation is, everything I hear about him is bad, so I've got no reason to investigate him, really. As such, I do not quite understand the reference, but basically what I'm going to take from that is age is not in the years, it's between the ears. You're not old until you think you're old. Technically speaking, going through your 20s is just trial adulting, because before you're 30 you don't actually know what on earth you're doing. Because why? They don't teach you how to be an adult in school. Not in the ways that matter. So you're still figuring everything out throughout your 20s. No 20-year-old I know that has had a quote-unquote normal life is at all prepared for adulting. So, yeah. Yeah. Gotta appreciate life, yep. But yeah, I am now so thoroughly frozen to the bone, I can actually feel myself going into shutdown mode. So, good night, rest well when you get to it, and until next time, everyone, cheery bye. Night night. Rest well when you get to it.